Why, hello there. Let's get everything rocking and rolling here real quick. Make sure everything is good. Hang on. What's going on there? There we go. Okay. And that seems all right. And are you good? Are you happy? You seem happy. Alrighty. So, we explored forms pretty thoroughly yesterday. Learned some stuff. That was good. Let's get that rock and roll real quick. I think we are gonna just go ahead and we're gonna take the on-changed and leave that into the form state. This does not have a on-changed, which is fine. Or not on change, but on reset at the form level. So we're just going to do it in the fields. I don't know that I love it completely, but we're just going to go with it. So that's going to require us to do a form field around a text field here, because the text form field does not have an on reset unless I missed it. Let's double check. On changed, on tap, on saved. It's weird that they wouldn't have yeah. And we can't use the initial value because we need the controller to get the stuff out of it again. So, it'll be fine. We'll wrap you like so. Hello, my fellow Flutter adventurer. What's up, Cresto? How's it going? Let's see here, and then form field gets one of them. Nope, I put that in the wrong spot. That was there. Like so, and then validator gets moved, but I need its closing brace. That's gonna live right there. Nope. Outside of the builder, there we are. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm ready to be done with Flutter for a little while. That's where I'm doing. Ready to move on to more of the server stuff. It's been a long rewrite. But, you know, such is the way it is. So we're leaving the validator in here just like that. Can't be blank. That's good. And then on reset, and then we're going to do up here. I think we just did text, right? We should do that the right way. Copy with text of widget effect description. Wait, is it object description? Good, thanks for asking. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. I mean, that some days it do be like that. Are you still working on getting that RPG to build? It must be. Yeah, it's object description. That's correct. Okay. Okay, and we're going to fix this one up as well. Oop, that's not the right one. Copy with text being that. Value. Help text. Same story here. And then you are the close for text field. And then we close that, but not the form field. That. It's the validator. Oh, because you're in the wrong spot. Where's my close for? Oh, right there. There we go. Managed to build Linux and Plan 9 version. 6502 requires a bit more involvement. Gotcha. Put in our on reset here, but this is going to be help text. Help text controller. And this is help text, like so. Grab that. This is already because it's a checkbox. This is already done because it's the other checkbox, and we do have our on reset set up correctly. There's our droppy downs. Modifier. We've got you in a form field with an int, so that's good. Duration. I think we did finish duration, right? Duration was working correctly. We fixed the trubs. It's not the right place. This one. You have a duration. That's not working correctly. Okay. And that's because you're still a text form field. Okay. So we'll fix that up. You become a text field for me. Put formatters. Controller. that, that, that. But here, we don't have a validator here. Oh yeah, because we controlled the formatting within the field itself. Let's see here. What's going on here? Text field. We close you. Close the builder. There's the close for the field. There you are. Oops. 3 different compilers and tooling involved. GCC, CMake for Linux, TCMake file for Plan 9, CC65 new make for 6502. They all have different idiosyncrasies, but they all conform to C89 standards, so I guess it should be doable. Gotcha. The only time I've worked in a C code base, the building system was already pretty well set up and had been for a very long time, so I didn't have to mess with it, and I was very grateful for that because it looked like a pain in the butt. On reset, the duration controller value. Oh, that's not just duration, is it? Duration controller value. Duration controller value copy with text of widget effect duration, and I think we had a duration to string. We do to do our formatting for us. That can't be null if we're in here and we have the form. We check that up there. That should fix that. So we come in here, we change you, we can roll back. Does it still work? It does not. Okay. We need this. Okay, so this gets changed. We add a duration. Ooh. This needs to be driven off of... What is duration control to get initialized to? It's either null or. The text is either null or it has a duration in it. So, what we need to do is base this on duration controller text. But that says it can't be null. Oops. But we initialize you to null. Either that or I have to track it differently, which is, I mean, fine. Duration controller. Your nullable string. Why can't you be null? Ah, because this is get text. Interesting. Okay. Well, balls. Okay. If that is going to be the case, but you have to be duration to string. So I still need the controller to stick around. I guess I could say... I don't know. I don't want to do that exactly. I guess I could get rid of this maybe and let it manage itself. No, because I have to format. I just want to avoid if def hell for each arch. Yes. This back really quick. Ah, you used to work off of the copy. We can't do that anymore. Or well, I guess I should still be able to set it to well, no, because we modify right here is the problem. I'm just going to have two as much as possible. Right, yeah. That's one of the things about like all of the new languages that I really appreciate is the improved tooling, and it makes a lot of them, you know, build like Rust, Go, all that. Flutter, they just build cross-platform. Somebody else has already done all that hard work. I don't have to worry about it. A little more difficult if you want to support Commodores and Plan 9s, but you know, in general, I'm not targeting obscure and retro things, so Um, so when I do this, we're just gonna have to have, and I want to put it in a place where it's a little bit more clear that it's an exception to the rule. I guess here's probably fine. I think we're gonna have the same problem with tick time as well, so so we'll have late string effect duration set to that of the widget's effects. Ooh, except for this needs to be nullable. This is going to end up like so. We'll move that logic up here. Oh, because, yeah, duration to string needs to be in there. Actually, can we store it as a duration? Not for all platforms. Yeah. Go works on Plan 9. Rust, not sure. Gotcha. I did not know that. Maybe I could store you as a duration. That's interesting. And then you become duration to string of that. Duration to string doesn't handle nulls, though. Crap, okay. This doesn't need to be null checked because it does allow for a null. Okay. And that can't be final because we're going to mess with it. Anyway, let's go back to Flutter. I mean, you could if you want to. And then here, I say duration to string. Otherwise, this is null. Probably putting on change in each controls that you're not careful, you can end up with circular dependencies and circular refreshes. On change isn't on every well, it's coming off of everything. On change is on going onto the form. Okay. Duration. This one might have to be on change because, okay, so here we go. We'll do that in a second here. So on the reset here, well, let's do on change here first, actually, because we do need to do stuff on this one. Why aren't you defined? Oh, that's annoying. I have to do it on the text field itself. That's what it is. There you are. No? On change isn't defined. Oh, changed. There we go. This will have the value. For this, we need to set that effect duration equal to but we have a parse duration. There we go. Equal to that. And then we need to have this. Ooh. We'd have to update the text controller manually in this case. Am I misremembering? Let me look at the docs really quick. You think it should be on the parent and not? Well, I don't think. This has on saved and on reset. It doesn't have an on changed. Doesn't exist on this form field. That's where I tried to put it first, too. Unless I'm blind. Which I could be. But I'm like 99% sure it's not in there. Let me go check and make sure I'm setting this value correctly, because there is a wonky... Where was that? It wasn't in the docs, though. It was... Was it in the inline? We need to set you back to the value of whatever we parsed out of there. You can't be null. Didn't know that, right? Yeah. I'm surprised by that. I'm confused by that. But that's where it be. I wonder if that's just... Yeah, it's not on the int version either. I think they're all the same, but yeah. Weird. I don't know, I think the form experience in Flutter so far has been kind of lackluster with the standard library. And I know there's packages out there, but I don't like importing things if I can get there without it. Okay. That's what I was doing. I was checking to see. Let's see here. I think it was on here where it said, yeah. This setter is typically only used in tests as it resets the cursor position and the composing state. For production code, consider using the value setter to update the text value. Instead, specify a reasonable selection of the new text. Yeah, I think I'm doing it right. I just use form builder and form builder's field so I don't have to have separate controller on each field. Right, yeah. The controller is, well, you do have a controller on each field. It's just, it creates one itself internally if you don't provide it one. But I need to get the values back out. So it's a little bit verbose, but it's all right. I'm more annoyed by the fact that there's still an open feature request for a way to determine if the form is dirty or not. And the fact that I can't, that the form rebuilds because I change, because I rebuild that notifier, right? When a change happens the first time, and it causes the form state to update with dirty data. Not a fan of that. Form builder as wrapper, components around text fields, right? Yeah. Like, it seems to me like this is like to be able to tell the user that you've modified a form is like just bare bones sort of things in my brain. But maybe I'm an idiot, you know? Maybe that's just not a thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a skill issue. Value copy with. I'm 99% sure that I'm, because I want to keep the whatever its range and composing and all that stuff. So we just copy with to only change the text part of it, I think is what they're suggesting. I guess we could double check this too while we're here. Flutter form is low level. Form builder handles these things dirty state. I mean, low level in a a UI library, right? There's like form has its own state. I don't have to manage state, right? So I don't know that I'd say low level. It's lower than a package built on top of it for sure. It just seems like things that should be in by default to me. Controller is controller. Odd submitted, we do that. Yeah, they're not. I find the docs around the form to also be kind of lacking, which is kind of why I wound up doing things myself anyway and being ignorant about it. Because it wasn't really talked about. I had to go digging to find out that form had its own state, right? And in fact, I only started digging because you mentioned something about it. All right, well, we're going to go with this for now until I discover I have skill issues, and then I'll decide if I care or not. Okay, so we've got it updating, and then on a reset, what we need to do here is say if the effect widget.effect dot duration isn't empty, then I'm going to do this. Otherwise, if it is empty, I'm going to set... also here, I need to be careful. I need to parse the duration again from the widget effect duration, which can't be null because we just checked you. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is stored as a duration. I just need to set it. And then I should set this to effect duration, not that. Otherwise, effect duration is null. And then duration controller dot text dot clear? No. Duration controller clear. Let's see here. Maybe the Flutter naming is a bit misleading. It's not a form in a way HTML form is. Right. Well, I don't really have a ton of, like I said, I'm not a front end guy, so I don't have like a ton of preconceived notions that I'm bringing in, other than just like the basic, most elementary level understanding of HTML has forms. Forms are things you fill in and submit, you know. Don't worry, it's always a learning process. Yes. Don't think of it as a skill issue. I mean, I accept the fact that I have skill issues. That's why I'm not a front end guy. It's a skill issue. I haven't spent the time to learn front end things. I don't terribly enjoy the JavaScript ecosystem. I actually hate it. So, like, my front end and UI abilities are absolutely rudimentary. That is a skill issue for sure. I'm okay with that. But, you know, as somebody who wants to make this project, I have a couple of different choices I can make, right? I can learn and make it myself. Or I could pay somebody to do it for me. And I don't have that kind of money, so learn and make it myself it is. Or I guess I could do without, you know, but I think it's a good thing to build for education and for using the thing. Okay, so on our changed, we do that. On our reset, we do that. It seems so silly to have them both like that, though. But I don't think there's no way to bind this to that value. Actually, hang on. Because if I manipulate that duration controller directly, the effect duration rather, what happens if I do? What is the property named? Initial value? No. Oh, what is your name? Is that only for a text form field, maybe? Controller, focus node, style. It must be only a text form field thing. Where? Let's see here. Get up. You don't start with text. You have a controller. Set the initial value of text you'll use controller already contains some text. Okay, yeah. So, and the reason I switched to text field instead of text form field is because I'm wrapping it in form field anyway. So I think I do have to just manage two things, which sucks, but okay, whatever. Because there's no like way to bind this value like you could in React, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll go with it. All right. So we got our tick time, which is going to actually be pretty much the same behavior. So we're going to pretty much duplicate the way we approach it. So we have our duration. We need to track duration in a copy so that we know what to reset to. Need to track the tick time in a copy so that we know what to reset to. So we'll call you tick time. Fact tick time. We'll do the same thing we did here, but we'll switch to using tick time is null. If it's not null, rather, then we'll use tick time. Otherwise, it'll be null. Learning is always a better choice in the long run, right? One of those things where, like, in fact, I just wrote about it where, you know, even if you don't use the thing you learned right away, like if you don't complete the project, whatever it was you were trying to do, like you're still going to learn stuff and that's still going to be applicable or applicable to other things. And you can reuse that knowledge or, you know. People that I work with can write FFT transforms in sleep. FFT, I don't even know what an FFT transform is. It sounds financial. Yet they can't write a line of JS code if life depended on it, right? They have master's degrees in CS. I'm not beating myself up about it. Like, I accept that I don't know everything. That's fine. I'm okay with that in the world. Like, I don't enjoy computer science. I don't like leak code puzzles. I don't like the tendency of, you know, things like dependency injection, and all of the descriptions about them are impenetrably dense and can be boiled down to give it the fucking thing it's going to use, right? Like, I hate how they overinflate everything to sound so complicated. I do not like CS. I like to build things. I like to write code that does stuff, you know? In a fake world, everybody is faking. At least you're honest about your skills, right? Unfortunately, that makes getting a job even harder. I emailed back and forth with some company, and I got a bad vibe from the beginning with the way he was talking. But he was like, okay, so our interview process is we have, you know, you talk to the people and whatever, and then there's a TypeScript coding challenge, and I'm like, cool. You've seen the link to my channel. You can watch me code live. I don't think me working in a language that I don't really know very well to do some fake puzzle is a good use of either of our time or of an honest evaluation of my skills. And I never heard back, and I wasn't mad. I was like, all right, problem solved. Oh, I also need to make sure that this is driven off of duration, effect duration. Because we're using that, and that. All right, same story with this guy here. We don't, oh yeah, we do. I'm just not there yet. So you go there, text form field there, close, oops, that like so. There we go. This needs to get driven off of tick time. And the same with these guys. And then we don't set, we set this, and we're gonna need a damage per tick. The same thing needs to happen for that, because we need to toggle back to 0 if it starts that way. FFT is fast Fourier transforms. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Math things. That's like GPU stuff, right? For determining angles and stuff. Or am I conflating that with something else? Game controller, effect duration, tick time. Where did we initially have damage per tick? Was down here. I don't know why you got put there. And this is just an int. Damage per tick. Oop. And that should be nullable if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we're good there. And then you... we do that. These interviews are becoming more and more waste time. Yeah. I think I was talking about it, or ranting about it, what, yesterday? Like, literally, they wanted 6+ interviews, and then a hiring committee decision, and then a chat with the CEO. Like, fuck off. Do you not have things to do? I do. Actually, that reminds me, I need to follow up on one. It wasn't even a tech job interview, but I need to shoot that email off while I'm thinking about it. I'm sure that it's a no, and then I'm just being ghosted, but I'll do my due diligence here. Too many people applying, so firms becoming more and more arrogant. Yes. That, and you know, they're not really trying to fill headcount. They're trying to find a unicorn or get somebody for cheap, or you know, keep up appearances, the whole ghost jobs thing. Oh, did I put you? No, there you are. Just shoot a little reply here. Let's see, following up on this, was there Any news on next steps? Enjoy the very generic letter. I doubt that they have the same process for H-1B visa holders. I don't know. There's a lot of talk about what that looks like, and allegations about referral networks and stuff, and I don't know how much of it is true, and I really just try not to worry about it, because it's not something I can change or meaningfully affect. And like, like racism gets mixed up in there as well. And like, honestly, I just want jobs. I don't care about all of that, I just want jobs for me and for people I know that are out of work right now. Okay, so we got our I was trying to get ahead of myself. Write down in the damage per tick, and I want to not you, or no, yeah, right here, there we go. We need this to get set, not the widget version, so that we don't modify the data until we set it. Okay, and then we got to go back up here. So we've got our effect does not tick if that's null. Otherwise, we have our form field here. We've got you in there. This one we also have to do an on changed for. We just don't have. This is kind of come as a string though. And then we need to do our on reset down here. We just don't have a choice in this case because we want to be able to say this is damage per tick equals, and what was the int dot parse? Int dot parse. No. Yes. Like so. And then we need to say tick time controller value equals tick time controller value copy with text int dot parse value. And I could just make no, just needs value. Ooh. I could do that. Actually. But I want to do this. That way, if this fails, it'll parse back to something weird. And we'll have a visual representation. In theory, like, it shouldn't happen, but if we just blindly set it to the string, we don't know. Like, if something was to parse weird, we want to see it. So we'll do the extra work, or let the computer do the extra work anyway. Okay, and then on reset, we need to say damage per tick is equal to effect widget.effect, that is damage per tick, and then tick time controller value equals value copy with same deal here. Oop, that's not the right. Hang on. I've been setting the wrong. Got myself all confused. This is all correct except for this. This is tick time, not damage per tick. And it's not this. It's duration. No. Parse duration. That's what it was. Parse duration on the value. We're still in tick time. And then this duration to string. I could just probably give you a 2 string. That's fine though. And then you can't be null in here. I agree, I'm not racist also. I have nothing against immigrants. The firms are racist. They don't pay them the same slope. Yes. In the end, they're importing them just so they don't have to pay a living wage. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's the thing I've never understood about any of that is, you know, there was, for a long time, there was a lot of to-do about, well, there's less women and there's less, you know, this minority or that minority in whatever field, tech being one of them. But like, if you were to tell me that I only got the job because I fit into some minority group, I'd be like, well, that's insulting to me, you know, but okay, I guess, you know. FFT is used for signal analysis. It is used all over the place. Engineering, production, finance, etc. Oh, okay. You use it for vibration analysis in industrial plants, power plants mostly. Ah, okay. Interesting. So, signal analysis. I assume you're talking turning like a analog sine wave typey deal into something else, right? This is text. This is oh wait, no, this is on a reset. We say if widget.effect dot tick time, not nil, null. Then we set this to that, and then yeah, duration to string. This should be tick time. I didn't fix that up. I got myself all wrapped around the axle trying to get ahead of the inevitable bug that was going to happen if I didn't fix that. Okay, so there we go. So if tick time is not null, then we set the tick time to what was in the widget. We set the text controller up again. Perfect. And then else. Actually, hang on a second. We could do this nicer if we just said stop putting those things. I gotta turn that off. I gotta find out where that lives and kill it. Drives me crazy. Putting things in weird places that I don't see. We can just say tick time directly is equal to widget effect tick time. This still needs to be checked here. That's fine. Tick time is null. Then we don't need to reset that. We do need to just set that. Otherwise, controller clear. That'll be much nicer. And we can go do the same thing up here. There's no reason for us to do this twice over. And then this can just be checked on effect duration. Yes, exactly that. Gotcha. All right. Tick time, effect is no tick. Tick time is null. If you're not null, we show you that, which nulls both of those. Add property sets both of them to a basic level. Okay. Now, damage per tick, we've already got. The variables to manage here. Because we had to write our own number picker here, it takes a controller. It would be nice to refactor that out so it managed its own controller, but I'm going to resist the urge. It works fine. We just have to manage it outside of here. We're already managing a bunch of them, so There's no reason to do it other than it would just be a little bit nicer. We'll do it if it becomes a problem. We just do need to base this off of damage per tick being null or not. And then the on change here needs to not change this. Wait, did we not give you number picker? Oh no, we already did that. We already did rapid. Okay, awesome. So why do I have a damage per tick controller then? We must have already fixed that up at some point. I love it when past me takes care of things. Okay. Damage per tick. You take care of that. This gets based on that now. On change, damage per tick is equal to that. And I think one of these was broken. Was it damage per tick? Because you don't get rebuilt. Did I break that when I went and refactored this? Probably. Let's see. I also forgot to on change. I think this would need to be. Why don't you get changed? Because we changed your value. We'd have to set state, I think. Bet you that's exactly where I broke this. So text value to string because it's an int. We make you controller. This doesn't seem right. I don't think this is going to do... Can test it though. Yeah, that doesn't actually change. This widget. Let's roll this back really quick. I believe that I would have to do this in here, which isn't super awesome. Yeah. Exactly what I would have to do. Modifier's broken too. Probably for the same exact reason. Modifier. Oh, we didn't clean up modifier yet. We're going to let the forms on change handle the rest of it. We're just going to put this inside of set state. And then I forgot to make that silent. Ugh, and I'm going to get a bunch of them. Shut up. To actually silence you now. And that wasn't even the reply to that email I just sent out. Here we go. That. One of them. Number picker close. Form field close. No, I can't close form field. I think all of that goes away. There we go. So we can set state. I don't know if that's the best plan or not. It'll at least get us working. Theoretically, it should be smart enough to only build those things. Okay. Fix that up while we're here. Tick time, and then damage per tick. Okay. You set the state. That's fine, I guess. Oh, I want to double check that I finished cleaning up modifier before I go on. So form field on change, we set that. Modifier value is that. Because you're driven off of that directly, yeah, I think we're okay. Oh, actually, that's an interesting thought. Not to get too off into the weeds. Okay, so duration value, right? Duration um, text controller. What if well, no, because we have to have a handle on you to parse you. Yeah, I can't cheat quite that bad. But in number picker, we do want to... Oh, no, you only get... This must clean itself up, because we can't define... This has to be static. And we wouldn't have a... Oh, maybe we'd have a handle. Let's just test the theory. Oop. Because you're supposed to clean these up. On dispose. Super on dispose. Doesn't override an inherited method. Oh, it's just dispose. Doesn't override an inherited method. Okay, so stateless widgets must not have one. They must get cleaned up. Just whatever's in them. Okay. Permanent modify, all that good stuff. Damage per tick is equal to value. Blocks log out is going to be the same as our other checky box friends here. Where did you used to live in this? Do we not have? No, we used to run off of the copy we made. That's right. So we'll set up a variable to track it there. And then we'll do the same thing we did. It was just a text field bool, right? Or a form field, rather. Form field bool, yes. And then we just set you on changed, we toggle that. And on reset, we set you back. Need to make sure that gets set up correctly. So we put you in here because we have a switchy switch on there. That's fine. Checkbox. Close those guys. Let the formatter fix that for me. This needs to be based on blocks logout. Set state blocks logout equals value. I've got set state in here. Did I have set state up here? I do. So I do still need the set state for these guys. Probably fine. So we set that like so. Oops. Let's delete both of those, please. And then we do on reset. Oh, my checkbox still. on reset blocks logout is equal to widget effect blocks logout. Should have been what I did up here. Let me just double check. Stacks self value, stacks with self value. Think we're good there. Okay. We still need to do the apply and we already cleared out the old code for the reset. Because that lives in the form now, which is lovely. So we just need to fix up the apply function here. But let's make sure that our reset is all good before we push on. We'll just do a nice little reset here. So I'll change these guys, that and that, and this, and this, and that, and that, and that, and that, and then I'll reset. Tick time didn't get reset correctly, I don't think. Duration and tick time and damage per tick. Tick time and damage per tick didn't get reset correctly. Modifier does. So this is going to be tied to the tick time reset because that's what should be clearing that added damage per tick. Actually, let's double check that over here where it already had one. If we change that to 5, that also doesn't get reset. Okay. The modifier did, right? Modifier is correct. On reset, modifier value is that. So going down to tick time. On reset, tick time is widget effect tick time. If that's not null, then we set the value. Driving off of tick time controller, parse duration, that to string. Widget effect tick time. Tick time to string. Otherwise we clear the controller. That's based on tick time. So what have I missed? Modifiers driven off modifier value. On reset, we set you. Um, let's manually null that really quick. Wondering if it's a problem in my data struct. If I add you, I do that, whatever. Nope. You come back, you go away. In this, you're a form field int though. Oh, is it? You're an int even though we're paying attention to the string in here. Is this supposed to be a duration? We be able to make sure we got a nice clean start. SFX, tick time. Oh yeah, I hit the wrong button. That's fine. No, that's still... Something must be getting set. On change, tick time is parse duration value. We shouldn't need a set state because the form should be taking care of that, I believe, on the reset. But up here we do wrap set state around value. We wouldn't need to do that here, would we? Oh, we might have to. We probably might for the reset around just tick time. Because that doesn't get updated, I bet. So we add you. I need to fix that up a little bit. That's crap. I need to fix that. No. It wouldn't have to go around the whole thing. That wouldn't make sense. Oops. Would it? No. Okay. At least there's that. time becomes that. Why don't you wrong way around. Okay. Tick time is not being set there, or at least it's not hitting that. Oh, no, we did the reset. Duh. So when I reset, tick time is null, but it doesn't update that. But why? We can try. Right, we need to put actual data in there. We need to not do that parsing on change. So I reset, and then I need to do like that. Still hanging on to it. There we go. As soon as I resized it, it rebuilt. So why didn't you rebuild when I manually set state? What if I called you just empty after this because we have changed the state? You still don't go away. Why do you misbehave when other things do not? And resizing rebuilds it, and it's correctly gone. And let me just double check. Yeah, that works perfectly. So you're an int state, return a number picker. On reset, we change that. On a change, we set that. Would it be... because we don't set state here when we change this? Does that trigger a rebuild of that widget, perhaps? Tick time. No. our duration ticked and effect duration is correct, right? Yeah. Why is it only tick time that is a pain in my butt? Duration is just a form field string too. We can go back to that. I don't think it's gonna matter in this case because obviously we don't set state here either. Let the form worry about that. And we do the same deal here where if you're null, we don't display you. This is a text form field still. I forgot to change it back to a text field. Must have been some other state getting stashed away. There we go. Same thing, I bet, with the damage per tick. I just forgot. Well, no, you're a number picker. You, I just forgot to give a reset? Oh, I didn't wrap you. Okay, I didn't update you yet. I fixed all the other bits and pieces of you, but I didn't put you into a form field. Like an idiot. Like so. Number picker. And then we close that. We close that. In here, we do on reset. No? Form field, int, actually, just because, but return the number picker. That closes that. That closes my builder, comma, missing a comma. No? Oh, it's a semicolon too. So you, damage per tick, gets set to widget dot, and this should be nullable, I believe, effect damage per tick. Yes, okay. And then that should take care of that automatically for us. There we go. And you get set as well. Perfect. We need to do something else. Hang on. Let's finish this first. We need to do not on change for the parsing for the duration stuff here, because that's going to move crap around. We need to do that in the on it's not on change, it's on apply or something like that. Hang on. Well, we'll check it out in a minute here. Hey Terrace, how's it going? How's all the everything today? Actually, hang on. So I'm going to get a beverage and use the restroom, and then I'll come back, and then we'll do the apply. We'll commit this, and then we'll fix up the experience around that, because it's technically not broken. It's just not good. But yeah, let me go get a drink, and I'll be. You need to do that on blur, possibly. Yeah, there's an on something that isn't on change. But yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Beverage with a lovely side of opening the windows because it's getting warm in here. A couple weeks ago, we got that big winter storm, and it was like record or near record cold, and freezing rain, and there was snow, and there was ice, and it was miserable. And then now it's like been 80 for the past couple days. Okie dokie. So let's do our apply first, our save stuff. So when we hit save or apply, I'm also not sure if I want to leave apply where it is. It's probably fine. I'm probably just being a pain in my own ass. Okay, so the name, it would be useful to have effect pulled up over here, I think. There we go. So we get the name, we got object description is the description controller text. dot help text is equal to the help text controller's text, whatever those have been set to. The stacks with self is equal to stacks with self value. Stacks with other is equal to the stacks with other value. The property to modify ID is equal to property to modify ID UUID. No, just the ID. That'll be a UUID value. So we should be able to just string it. No? Oh, you get stored as a okay, yeah. We work with you as a string, but you get stored as a UUID value. So we can just directly plunk that in. And if it's null, this should handle its own config file cleanup to not write the fields, right? That little keyboard pad. Keeps moving. So widget effect, the modifier is equal to modifier value. Effect, duration is equal to effect duration. Widget dot effect tick time is equal to tick time. Effect damage per tick is equal to damage per tick. And effect blocks logout is equal to blocks logout. Lock so, and then we hit the save up, which will grab the controller and write it. So we should be good. I have read this interesting quote from Flutter's documentation. And it's blank. It's a very interesting quote. We should probably make sure. Let's just add a test one. There's the quote. For example, when finding the length of some user input, use string.characters.length. Do not use string.length or even string.runes.length. For the complex character of whatever that is, looks like an emoji of some kind, this appears to the user as a single character, and string.characters.length intuitively returns 1. On the other hand, string.length returns 8, string.runes.length returns 5. Is that because it is one of those layered UTF emoji guys? Where it actually is multiple runes stacked? Reminds of IBM manuals. This page is intentionally left blank, right? Surrogate. Surrogate. You mean the name of the thing, or is that what those are called? Attribute. Let's just do skill. Oh, that didn't update. Gotta fix that. Surrogate. UTF surrogate. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Emoji is family emoji. Okay, I see. Strings are UTF-8, right. Okay. And if I apply, not all of that got set. Okay, so I've got troubles. Description did not get set. tells me text field, name controller. Oh, because I didn't. Oh, see, I have to do an on change for all of these then. They don't just automatically. So I don't have an on change for this. Crap. Really? IBM manuals have empty pages with only text. This page is intentionally left blank. Yeah, I've seen that before in other places. Handle changes to a text field. Supply an on change callback. Text editing controller. As the controller property. But I shouldn't. You should take care of yourself, if that be the case, right? Which I have done. Shouldn't need to add a listener. Why don't you... Why aren't you updating your controller automatically? Did I do something else stupid here? No, I grabbed the text. Description controller text. The name worked. The name uses just the plain, right? No? Okay, so why did you work when your others didn't? Controller is the name. Oh, wait, no. Your new status effect. So you just got your default. Hmm. Let's see. Flutter text field text controller is not updated. Let's look at the text editing controller docs here. Update with a listener added to this controller. Listener will also be notified of changes made from within itself, which I don't want to do. Look at their example here. Text editing controller. Connect it to a text field. This is where we already were. Well, there's also an editable text widget. This is a material design text field. I don't want that. I don't think this is going to gain me anything. Bum, 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 bum. None of these really tell me I wonder if, sorry, looking at the text form field over here, they mention an on save. What if we use that? I don't think it matters. But maybe. Maybe it helps. Okay. But I don't think I did. I only did apply there. Do we need to call save? Ah, okay. Oh, the others picked up too. Okay. So we have to call save is what I'm getting from that. And so I probably don't need to manually do this because it seems to have picked up the others correctly. Which also makes me think that um change you. All of that. Okay, so that filled everything in. I wonder if we can use save. Okay, so if save. Hmm. Save seems to commit whatever's in here into the form state, right? Kind of what I'm getting the vibe up. So will that let us switch away? Pardon me. From will that solve the problem we had with the form field? I wonder. With making these just text form fields. Things are being learned. So if I take that out real quick, I need that to go away, that to go away. We don't have on reset. It must manage itself. Thinking. We have on field submitted. I bet you save gets called when it gets rebuilt or before it gets rebuilt. That's probably why. Well, no, because we had on change stuff happening, didn't we? So if I do that, we get our extraneous character back. So it can't be that. but is there a way to omit that? Doesn't seem... Maybe not. Maybe that won't help us. Let's just put it back for now. There may be something in there, but I don't feel like chasing it any further right now. We're just going to go with this, especially because we get it. As long as we call save, we're good, right? That's the main thing here. Okay, so everything updates. We're going to roll that right on back so we don't have that extra thing. Okay, and we're going to commit this, I believe. And then we're going to fix up a couple things real quick. I need to go to the folder. Let's... run the full test set. Nothing should have changed that, but let's just be sure. Okay, we're good there. Refactor status effects form. Fix some of the bugs had created and use the form state instead of managing it ourselves. Like so. And then we have a couple things. The recalculating of the duration, parsing that into a duration, we need to fix up. But we also have... ooh, what did we have in here? Where did that come from? I didn't even see that happen. Oh, it's because I deleted that and then I had to reload and it was still stuck. That's okay. That's fine. But we also have the issue of when we're adding a new effect, put in our stuff, not using Git integration and JetBrains. Not really. It's in here. Just at whatever the default settings are. I don't mess with it. So if I change a file, right, I can roll back, which I don't know if is actually part of the Git integration, or it should be. It should be part of Git integration that tracks that change. And I can also do the Git rollback and stuff from here. But I don't let it manage commits and stuff. For no reason other than that I learned Git before I used JetBrains and before good integrations were like a common thing. I don't need any of this junk. Whatever, I'll take care of you later. So I go back to command line for commits and for pushing and pulling and all that, and popping and stashing and all that stuff. I will absolutely use Git for like looking at the history, which is fine. I use it more often for the selected history. That's way more useful usually, but sometimes you gotta look at different things. Like this is usually more useful um to me. It's kind of a weird hybrid workflow. And I know it's weird. Okay, that's what I was doing. So when we have a new one, and if I go set this, we need to rely on our logic to build these things. Um, let's see. It wouldn't be this one. This is the start. Because if I go and okay, so we got skills or whatever, and I go back to attribute, it doesn't clear this like it should. Builds the list. Why doesn't it clear that? I find it the best thing about JetBrains IDEs, especially the commit stuff, you can have different workspaces. In one you work on the feature, in another you fix some related bug. I haven't messed with that at all, but that would I would just do. I would do a branch for that. But yeah, I'm not at all familiar with what the integration looks like for that. There's a limited amount of the like I try not to spend too much time messing with the tools. I like them to work out of the box. I'll learn what they do. Then you need to switch branches and rebase. Well, it depends, right? You could either make a new branch, fix the bug, merge it to main, merge main to your other feature branch where you identified the bug, which is probably what I would normally do in that case. Or, if it's like irrevocably tied to this change, I would just fix it in this change. Like, I try to keep it real simple. I like merge changes. I don't squash commits. Because that to me, I like to preserve that history so I can go back if I have to, like in my Git show history, right? I can look at my notes and see, okay, what was I thinking about when I did this? What did I, call out? Um, okay, so I pulled this out into a widget. So if I broke something here, then I need to go back and look and see. Like, okay, this got real simple, so I need to go look over here in this folder for this commit. That sort of thing. But I try to keep things in my workflow simple and not dependent on different things and the way they work. That's all available from Git. Yes, you're right. But seeing it in the GUI in this case is I like better. Workspaces and changeless is the only thing that keeps me on JetBrains IDEs. Yeah. I mean, they work well. They're not perfect. I don't like their subscription model. I mean, obviously I pay it, but I don't like it. But I get it. But they're kind of like the happy place for me where they work out of the box. I don't have to spend a ton of time setting them up or messing around too much. Like I remove the AI crap and the other crap I don't need, the other plugins usually, I turn them off. Um, and that's about it. I think some of the keyboard shortcuts that get changed a little bit too. But I only have to do it once and the others will import it usually, so that's nice. And the only thing that really keeps me on them as opposed to switching to like NeoVim or something is the fact that I don't want to take the time to learn and set up NeoVim to be useful beyond writing config file changes, right? Like that's all. Like the day that they don't let me turn off all their AI crap is the day I'll quit and go spend, the month learning how to be better at Vim and to figure out how to make it talk to an LSP or whatever the plugin looks like for that, right? I know it's possible. I know lots of people do it. I just don't want to spend that time doing that. Vim NeoVim has a learning curve. Yeah, like I can do basic stuff just fine. I can edit a text config file. I can search through a file. That's pretty close to much. That's pretty much as far as I'm competent in it. It's great for editing Etsy hosts and writing config files for things or changing the default config files for things like SSH when you stand up a server. That's where I'm. That's my level of comfort with Vim. But the trend of software towards crap is kind of part of why I don't want to get too um attached if I can avoid it. Like there's some unavoidable, things that you have to figure out a replacement for, but like I try to stick close to the defaults and not become too set in the tooling. Vim is great because it's available everywhere. Yeah. And it's better than Nano. Just Nano feels gross. Which is the other thing that's available like everywhere just because everybody has defaulted to Ubuntu. Despite the fact that they're kind of crap now too. Okay, so what was it? Okay, yeah. We're basing this list. So when we don't have it set in the widget, I agree. I'd like to ditch JetBrains, but I haven't found the same change list model. Yeah. You could probably get there with, I would be shocked if there's not a way to make Vim do that. But, yeah. I also, I struggle to read, terminal diffs. I don't find them clear and simple, and that's probably a skill issue. So, like, the, the visual diffs that I can get here are also part of why, like show history for selection, like I would find this incredibly difficult to read in a terminal diff style. Get Butler. I don't think I've ever even heard. Now I'm curious. Has its own idiosyncrasies, right? Yeah, it does. Diffs can be cryptic, yeah. And I'm sure you get good at reading them, but like, ugh. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on there. It looks like they're trying to combine Git with a Git diff with a Kanban board almost. It's kind of weird. Ugh, gross. AI crap. Hmm. Interesting. That's a friend of mine. One day we were talking about just all of the AI garbage that's happened in the past couple years. And he said, can you imagine how much better things would be if all of that time, effort, and money was actually just spent on making the tools we have now better? And that made me even more mad. Like, like instead of all this AI slop junk, what if we made diffs that didn't suck? What if we just did that? It'd be way cheaper. What if we gave C a build system that made that your project almost trivial to build it on 3 different obscure old systems, What if we didn't have to write make files anymore? Much more complex, no Kanban. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, right. I was like, that's a really good point. And also it makes me more mad. Like, oh, the world, man, the world. I have no utility from an AI video. Right. Earlier on, before the grift hit full steam ahead, like I was curious about it. I tried the JetBrains local tab completion stuff. And it produced things that were functional. They didn't look like my code. They felt very beige. All of the error messages were kind of crap. But like it worked. But it became called the Copilot pause. But I noticed it before I heard of that, where I was like, I'm typing a character, seeing if it's completed, typing a character, seeing if it's completed. By the time it gets there, I could have just typed the variable name and half of the function. I also did, I used one of the Hugging Face models to make a, to take product descriptions and try to parse out keywords from them in categories. And it didn't work super great, but it did produce some results. It needed more input than really made it feasible. And I'm sure that you could probably do that easier now with other models if you wanted to pay for it, but like Elasticsearch does better. If you want to make it like just use the description and make it searchable. Like that'll get you 90% of the way there. And then things just got to stupid levels. And at this point, I'm at the I'm pretty much just at the shut the fuck up Carl stage with all of that. I'm not interested. I just have LLM that spews slop. Yeah. Hallucinates more than I hallucinate on LSD. Yeah, I'm so tired of it everywhere. Like, I've been seeing on Twitter recently that like a lot of the Super Bowl commercials that I don't know why we decided that as a country we will watch the commercials for the Super Bowl. But we did apparently. I don't. The world does. But a lot of them are AI generated. The Olympics just did an AI generated commercial, and it was really, really funny seeing all of the art people in their comments point out that the Olympics logo is incorrect in their own videos, as according to their brand guidance that says, hey, this is how you correctly represent us, our logo. It must be this. This ring must overlap that ring. You can do product matching with CRFs with much less hardware overhead. It would be more correct. CRF. What's CRF? AI commercials just selling hype. Yeah. And it's baseless hype. Like the things that generate look bad and generic and crappy, you know? And it's, I'm the world. And I think that, I don't know, it's hard to say. A lot of the conditional random fields, I don't think I'm familiar. Um, but it's hard to say because I had a temporary job that required me to go out amongst the normal people of the world and talk to them. And you know, like the normie sentiment is reported to be pretty negative towards AI, and a lot of them are. But also, I talked to people that were standing in front of boxes of storage bins and they said, "Oh, I'm waiting for my AI to tell me which one I should get with the space I have." And I was just like, "Okay, sure. You could just do measurements and math, you know." I didn't say that to them because escape, right? But like the amount of old people and people that came in and they're like, "Well, Chad GPT said I should get this." And I'm like, "Well, that doesn't make any sense because it's wrong, you know." So like it is gaining some sort of traction out there. But also, you know, normal people's sentiment is supposed to still be pretty negative. You know, the most educational thing about that job was that there is a really big difference between the people I interact with on a regular basis and just your average person, your average NPC, right? It was really shocking. The world has changed a lot since I had to be out in that like that on a regular basis. That's insane. Yes, that's what I said. It was just mind blowing to me. But like, I just want the bubble to pop and the next winter to hit, and you know we can all basically the same thing as the last time the AI revolution came, and every website got a shitty chatbot, right? Same thing this time with more money, and I'm tired of it. I want it to go away. I should mingle more. Well, you see, I don't like people that much, which is weird because I've chosen to be a streamer. I know it's a conflict I deal with myself in my own head, where I'm like, you're a nut." Like, I would rather be here working on a project than out talking to randos, you know? Yeah. Anywho, what was I doing? I was, that could be a problem, right? I was trying to figure out how to fix the problem I had caused for myself. Okay, so when we fill this in and we select a thing, it builds the list correctly. It's the selecting none. It's the default selection. You don't hate people, you're just introvert. Yes. But also I hate people. You're talking to randoms just now. But am I? Or am I talking to the kind of weird person that would show up and watch somebody write code? Right? I don't know. My keyboard is fighting me, right? Mine does too. I'm still trying to, like, a year and a half, no, a little over a year later, I'm still trying to get up to my old speed with a split keyboard. And some days I just can't type. And I often hit page down instead of enter on the thumb cluster because it's right next to it. Still. Slowly getting better, but I don't think I'm back up to as fast as I used to be with a regular keyboard. All right. It's the initial selection which gets set in resolve initial selection. If controller is null, we return null. It's this right here. Because the property to modify ID is still null, this needs to be based on my last modern keyboard failed after 3 months. Huh. I don't know about modern. I had two of the Corsair K something or another mechanicals. I still have one. One of them eventually died, but it lived like 5 years. And it was just what was it that was going bad? I don't remember now. So I bought two, one for home and one for the office. Then we all went home to work, and that's when it broke at some point. So I stopped using it. And it might have been savable, and I just ended up chucking it later. But I've still got the one, and it still works great. I switched to the split keyboard about a year ago because I was starting to get like wrist and elbow pain pretty bad, and it helped a lot actually. So I'm glad I did. And so far so good. Knock on wood. Pulled my old Ciccone from 2001 with PS2 to just work until the new comes in the mail. Gotcha. Ciccone. Let's take a look here. Products. Do they still make keyboards? Mobile keyboard, we don't want that. Input device, they say, but it's a picture of a keyboard. I'm surprised. I haven't even seen a PS2 to USB adapter in a long time. I'm surprised you you had one laying. Well, I guess I'm not surprised you had one laying around. I don't know. This is for my cold storage. Gotcha. Okay, so they do make keyboards still. They make ergos and wired. These look like pretty generic keyboards now. They look pretty much like the normal stuff you would expect. There was a company that's making the old battle tank keyboards. There's a company making them again. Let's see here. Unicomp. Here you go. They're still making the old battle tank here. And I think Level 1 Techs talked about them and said they were pretty good. I have some mechanical keyboards also, even some dating from 1987, but they have DIN connectors and XT interface. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these ones should be still USB. They should be modern in that regard. I have a PS2 port on the motherboard. Wow. All right. All sorts of distracted now. we had a property to modify ID, but we can't do that. We need to base this on the property to modify controller. This returns null if there's not. So that's why. Okay, so I remember that I put this into a global variable here. I don't think it can be const though. Or can it? Let's call you null drop down. It can be const. Okay, cool. On a modern motherboard with Ryzen CPU. Wow, I didn't know that they still put them on motherboards. I don't think my last one that I built has one. Maybe it does, and I just never paid attention. Null drop down will be our first element here. Oh, right. You need to not be that. You need to be of a nullable config object type. I also have adapters from DIN to PS2 somewhere, but cannot find them. Nice. When I decided to become a nomad, I chucked all of my old stuff and kept like the bare minimum recent stuff. I finally gave up on the stash. Okay, so that's now happy. So here, if result ended up being null, then actually, hang on, because we switch on that. Yeah, we're fine. If results null, return null drop down. Ooh. Oh, because this returns a config object. So far, I haven't seen a motherboard without PS2, but I haven't built a PC in a few years. Yeah. I gave up on Nomad. Oh, did you used to be a rando wandering lunatic? What if we did instead of this? Oh, I can't do that because, yeah, I need to make you nullable. So maybe I can't really... Well, actually, hang on. Put you back. Making null an option. And because the value is null, I have a hair stuck in my... There we go. Stuck in my mouth. It's gross. That should make this returning a null config object. Select that. So we should get that for free that way. Why don't we? Don't know, it used to be just a P4 laptop with a gigabyte of memory 20 years ago. Gotcha. Now I have 5 or 6 machines. Yeah, that'll happen. That should all be fine. Just have to local DNS, right? Well, that's how you wind up with a 7th machine that is your DNS server. I guess nowadays you just put it on your very fancy routers, but because they can all run Docker containers now, which is crazy to me. So I also picked up another bug here along the way. So if I've got this set to something and I resize, it throws it away. That's why I'm eyeing Plan 9. Gotcha. Okay. It's been a breath of fresh air. Why not just a Linux box, a headless Linux box? Property options. Build the modifier list. Property options is not empty. Already told you if I had a 6. Okay. So why a Plan 9 box for your DNS? Or am I misunderstanding? Let's see here. Select the modifier option. We do set that. Do it in a set state. It's too complicated to explain in chat. Okay, fair enough. Let me base you on that. So that's option. This needs to be based on that. I believe. No. Why does that get wiped out? The text fields, those also get cleared. Okay. Crap. So it's not related to this. Like, it's not the end of the world. I don't think I care too much about that part, really. I'm just curious. I would have to save the form state, probably. But We can look at that later. The part that I do want to fix is this not correctly resetting. And this is on selected. We do this. Does it fail? Oh, that didn't. Oh, crap. I also lost my unsaved changes in those fields. But not in you for some reason. Why not in you? Name. On reset, validator, controller. Your string. Description. Form field string. Form field string. Have a validator. We have an on reset. We have a controller. You're still a text form field. Is it because of that? It is. Okay. But didn't this give us issues with some stuff? Hang on, no, you're not doing it. Let's just restart that. Make sure. Okay, so that gets set. That didn't get reset, though. Ugh. That doesn't set the unsaved changes, but it does get. I like to tinker with old abandoned hardware, like set-top boxes and such. Gotcha, okay. But if I make you a text field, let's just rebuild to make sure. Keep messing with this guy. So it doesn't set that, but then our reset works. Ugh. But you would have. You don't have an on reset. So yeah, that's why we did this. So basically we would have to do an on change for everything still. That sucks. Why would that not be allowed? Farm field. Oh, right, because this goes on this. Ugh. Actually, we have access to state in here. Cross-compiling and booting different architectures is magnitudes more simple with Plan 9.9 front than with Linux and its cross-compiling mess. Oh, I see. I find it funny that I keep finding these bugs that are introduced by switching to the more correct quote-unquote way, or what seemed like the more correct way, that I had already solved by just making a copy, feeding that to the form, and managing it myself. You're not used. Why would you not be used? Why? Oh. Because I put you in the wrong spot. Did change. What would be the correct way to set that? Sorry, I think you're wasting too much time with editor details, which will eventually change as you grow your engine. No, I'm wasting time learning Flutter's forms better, is what I'm doing. Like, the form and its design and architecture aren't going to change, really. The fields inside of it might. That's all fine. Focus node. That's not what I need at all. Form field state class. Form field state. Sets the value associated with this form field. Let me call like subclasses that need to update the form field. Okay. All other cases, the value should be set by a call to did change, which ensures that set state is called. Okay. What did Edison say when he invented the light bulb? I have no idea. So that would be that, right? In theory? Yes. Okay. Perfect. So we just need to set the on changed in the form state. And the same being true here. You're also a string. You are also a string. The story goes that he said, I've also found 10,000 ways of how not to make a light bulb. I mean, true. Does this correctly because we're doing less things manually? Okay, right. So those both work. This doesn't set it either. So we need to do that in our checkbox stuff as well. In here, not set state though. Not that. State dot did change value. This guy, also a checkbox. This guy on selected. Option. Same with this one on selected. But this is config. Okay, so in theory, if I change this, I get my unsaved changes. This isn't getting cleared out correctly when that happens as part of the problem. It might be the whole problem, actually. But when I go over here, if I change that, then I get my unsaved changes. That's all well and good. But I seem to have broken resetting that as well, which I swear I had working correctly. Ugh. That's all right. We'll fix this up, and we'll finish circling back here on reset. On change, state did change value. Same is true for duration. Except for you're set to, yeah, that's fine. Wait, why do you want a semicolon there but not here? Because I've put you, oh, because you're an arrow func. Let's not do that. On reset should be okay still. Tick time, same deal. In our on changed state did change value. I wonder if that'll eliminate my need to call this. So we might have learned something new as well here. We'll circle back to that 1 second here. State did change value. Perfect. This guy. State did change value. Okay. Let's just do the blocks logout because it'll be easy. It's right here. Do I still have to call set state? If I call state did change, will the form take care of it? Let's do a nice fresh build just to be sure we don't hold on to anything. Ah. If I don't set that, then it doesn't change. Okay, so we learned a thing. Let's do this after we set that just to be sure. I don't actually know, though, if we need that. We do. Okay. Unless we do that. Now I'm extra curious. Come down here. Oh, okay. It's not tri-state, so it doesn't accept a null. State value is null here because we haven't specified it. Makes sense, right? Okay. It's weird, and I feel like I might still be missing things just in my understanding. But we've learned so much more. So, you're not overflowing anymore. Stop being dramatic, Flutter. Hello again to yourself as well there, Mr. Adams Handler. So we can get rid of this manual call, which is probably a good thing. Oop, not there. Just in here when we change things within the form. Okay, yeah, let's just rebuild you so you stop complaining about old stuff that I've already fixed. And make sure that that is indeed old stuff. Should be. Okay, so on change here, state did change, set state. Actually, I should move this after, I think, just to be sure. So let's go ahead and do that. That one's already there, okay. That one's fine. That's okay. This gets moved to the end. This gets moved. These go away. State did change, gets set. We didn't do set state there. That's fine, I think. Wait, did we? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take save out of there really quick. Why are you still like half indented? It's weird. Get rid of you. We already got you in there. You. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. That should fix this. It does. This, it does. We should still be able to apply that and get it to come out here. We does. Same and same, right? Yep. Okay, perfect. Stacks with self. Comes in as true. Stacks with other. Comes in as true. You, I need to still finish fixing. So that gets rebuilt correctly. It doesn't select correctly yet. We'll have to fix that. Modifier. Reset works. Writing it works. Duration. Reset works. Ooh. Re-adding it did not work. Duration. When it is null. Effect duration. We did set the state there. we need to set text, no, value. What are you mad about? Nothing. Okay. Copy with so that it doesn't mess up the placement, and then the toString here. You can't be null, we just made you. So duration, clear you, and you get added correctly. We apply you, you get put in. Tick time. That's the same problem. Why does it have that problem only the second time? Because we have the same thing, I think, with duration. It's because I think I didn't null it here. I think that was the problem. Let's roll that back. We need to apply you. Let's restart just to make sure. Duration, reset, duration, still no. Like, I would understand if I had to reset it. That would make sense. But why I have to set it only after I have reset is confusing. Is it because I cleared this? Did it wipe something out in the form state? Seems kind of like it. But I can't null that after the fact. If I take that out, let's say I came in here and I did that, it would hang on to it. which is what I was thinking I was avoiding here. I guess if it's new, there's nothing selected anyway. We could just set... It's probably more correct to do it this way, since there's nothing we're trying to preserve in here. And then you can't be null. But if I initialize you with null, which is what should happen if you don't have it set, we need to look at duration, vectoration. Yeah, it's null. And then All right, well, I'm going to leave it in like this. And we're going to do the same thing, because I'm sure tick time behaves the same way. Clear, yeah. So we do that, and then we say editing value, text. We use duration for you, yeah. And then you're just a number picker, so that should be fine. So that works now correctly. And if we save you, then we get a tick time. Okay. We get no damage per tick, right? Yeah. We get our warning. That works. For duration rights. Blocks logout gets set correctly. All of that behaves correctly. All right, so we fixed up those things. Let's commit that really quick. Wait, two things? No. I don't want this change in there. There we go. Fix bugs with displaying unsaved changes and resetting to empty fields. Resetting duration fields to empty fields. Okay. Now we just got to get this part straightened out so that it rebuilds. Because like that popped over to a Jill. Oh, that's because you already set. Yeah. That's correct. I need to reload this, which won't have that, which will that's fine. You shouldn't be doing that anyway. I did just because I was lazy. Okay. So if I have no modifier and I pick a thing, it needs to clear that out. So when we set our see here, duration, where are you? Let's collapse these so that we can just focus on not the table, but the table row, table row, table row, table row, table row. That one. We'll collapse these so that we can scroll past them easier. There. So, unchange, or unselected rather, set the unsafe changes, which we shouldn't need to do manually because we set the did change. Oh, we do though. Okay. And maybe it's because we're doing complex things. Hard to say. I'm gonna leave this in though. Oh wait, no. Okay, yeah. Oh no, that should still fire. Hmm. Well, anyway. Property to modify controller is going to be whatever we set here. We get our none. We add them. That's all correct. It's because this doesn't get reset, I bet. So how do I correctly... I would probably need to have this tracked. That needs to be nullable. So I go... If I make you a selected property, and then when I change this, build modifier list, resolve initial selection with my property to modify controller. Pardon me. Will that correctly change you? I wonder. Oop, nope. That doesn't get initialized because we didn't do it in init. Which, there we go. Resolve category, oops. Build the modifier list. Resolve initial selection with what we set. Let's rebuild that so it gets rebuilt. No. Our error box is overflowed, which is deeply annoying. Selected property has not been initialized. Oh, it's because, duh. Because I'm stupid. Because I return it, what I need to do is say result, and I probably need... Oh no, I'll let other things manage the state, which is the pattern we've been using thus far. That being the case, do I actually need to call you in init? Let's find out. The answers, initial indications are yes, which would make sense. Yeah, I do still need to call you in init so that you have been initialized. Not surprising. Let's go ahead and reset this. Satisfax you, so we get populated. Oop, that didn't work. And it's because you're allowed to be null. So we would need to... This would basically become a void. I think it's this. Let's try rebuilding that. So you should work here, and you do. You've selected agility, and then none and none. Acrobatics. Still doesn't clear you out. Huh. Even though changing that... Okay. Let's put you back. The way you was. Take that out. Take that out. Take that back to where it was. Take that variable out since we're not using it. It obviously didn't work correctly. Okay. Because that works for this use case pretty well. It's only when we're not selected, it doesn't select the null. Pretty good, right? Property options. I wish I could. I guess maybe I can find out for sure. If I go into debug, and gain a little bit more insight into what's going on here exactly under the hood. So we hit the build on init, makes sense, right? And if I go and I select, we should hit it again, and we do. And I'll go pick a thing. And we hit it again. Okay. We're going to get out of there. We're going to let that just go. And then if I go change you again to skill, we come in. I don't want to go into that. That's too deep. Ugh. Just come to the... I guess maybe I'll just put the break inside of here. I don't want to go through all of the framework stuff. Seems like a pain in the ass. Okay. So we build it when we change that. And select it gets set. In theory. Same happens here. We come in. Our controller has changed. It's now skills. We have our list of skills. We don't have none in here. Why not? Stop that. We'll restart. Our build modifier list either didn't run or so I thought this used to work. It might be that we don't set state anymore. Because it used to be in the parent, in theory. Okay, so we come in here. We go to attribute. Cool, you get built. Let's... property modify controller. Attribute controller. Property modify controller. We want property options. Okay, it's the none first. And then it'll add these guys. This property options is our full list. Starts with none. Goes to strength. Okay, cool. Okay, we resolve the initial selection. Then I change you. Things get built. That's cool. If I go then and change skill. Okay, so we're building the list again. So theoretically, at the end of this, property options, here we go. Starts with none. Athletics, acrobatics, that's a skill. And then here, this, Property options. Has none. Athletics, acrobatics, perception. Those are all skills. Result is null. But, and my breakpoints are going to betray me there because it's going to rebuild when I do that. But that's just going to kill it off completely. And make it both none. I'm not sure why that happens. And I think it still wipes these guys, right? Yeah. I'm less worried about the resizing wiping the form. Like, eh. I'm curious, just for curiosity's sake, because this uses the old form logic. If I go, start making changes here. Like so. Yeah, that resets too. Ooh, and we have an overflow. Cool. Damn it. All right, well. Forms are extremely confusing, is what I have learned about this. I'm going to have to think about this a little bit differently, perhaps. What if instead of this, property to modify ID instead of the widgets? I think that's what I was trying to get to. Oops. Earlier, but I got distracted. So, when we do this, attribute, pick a thing, goes to not, there we go. There we go. I wasn't completely insane. Make sure we need to make sure that the save for that still works. So if I change, if I create a new flu, Doesn't matter. I'm gonna fix it anyway. So if I change you to skill, acrobatics, apply, you still save. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Let's delete you. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Only one change, right? Who is... Somebody's very noisy today. You done? Fix bug where unset status effects or property modify would still hold on to last selected name when toggling the category. And then, ooh, I should double check that. So when I change, if I start messing around with this, I say, okay, and it goes to acrobatics. Then it'll toggle back, and I'm okay with that. That's actually good. Ooh, that's not good, though. Crap. Oh, that's fine. I just need to, on reset, resolve category and set property to modify ID is equal to widget effect property to modify ID. Right? Theoretically. So I go and it clears it and whatever. I move it back. I'm like, and I don't want to change it anyway. It goes back to agility. Okay, perfect. Yes, good. Correctly reset property to modify on reset, on form reset. KKK. Love that. We should double check. If I click on the thing for realsies though, and then that, and then that, and then yeah, and then I reset. Okay, love it. Alles ist gut. Okay, what else do we need to fix in this form? This one here. Ugh, my camera's gone blurry. I need to fix that. Very cool, camera. Very cool. Good job. You have cameraed exceptionally well. I didn't even get up and walk away, and you just decided to forget it existed. There we go. The resizing clears forms, but that existed before as well. If there's an easy fix for it, we'll do it. Image is getting blurrier the more code you type, right? Have a stack with, okay, I don't want to have a stack. This is a different bug. I wonder if it's related. Okay, so let's test a thing really quick. Nothing came up in a cursory search there that looked correct for the issue. But what was the name? It was on input decoration. Not input decoration. Text field. I thought you had on editing complete. What is that get triggered by? Tell me of your ways. On editing complete property. When the user submits editable content, for example, presses the done button. Two different behaviors based on the situation. Completion action is pressed, such as done, go, send, or search. Non-completion action is pressed, such as next or previous. User's content is submitted to the controller, but focus is not given up. Well, because developers may want to immediately move focus to another input widget within on submitted. Providing on editing complete prevents the aforementioned default behavior. What I really want is just to know on submitted property called after on change when the user has finalized editing or if the default behavior has been overridden on editing complete. What I want... You said on blur earlier, but I didn't see that. Let's just... Yeah. There was something for this, but it could be in a different... Unsubmitted... On tap outside... Is it in the form field? On saved. On reset. Function. Initial value enabled. None of that. Helps me. I wonder if it's on tap outside. Just for funsies. And this will complain. Use a tap region callback. Each tap down. I don't want each tap down. I don't want you lose focus. Jeez. Flutter. I probably have to wrap you in something. Focus node. Yeah, okay. Do I need to put you outside here, maybe? Probably. So that you wrap all of that goodness. Can't be assigned to the parameter type widget. What? Oh, okay. Hang on. Back that up. Focus node is a different thing. I would have to do it for all of them, though, right? All right, well, let's just play with it for the sake of education here. We'll put you up here with name just for organization's sake. Focus node, name focus. Let's just say. We'll kind of just poke and prod and see what our options are. And then here, text field has a focus node, name focus, like so. Okay. And then in our losing focus, we need to set up a listener, apparently, in the init state. Okay. And they didn't do anything special, so it's not in down here. It's just up here. Not focus node, name focus dot add listener. Like so. We'll say this should give me how do I tell when it's getting focus versus losing focus? Oh, I have access to it is the answer. But I can't. I guess that would just be has focus, right? So this should only fire when this changes, in theory, right? Called when the object changes. So if it doesn't have focus, I save the form, let's just say. What would that do? It wouldn't fix that. That's for sure. But then again, I also didn't provide you with an on save. We just let you do your thing. What would happen if I did this and said basically the same thing here, except this is that, right? That. this, but value, right? Theoretically. And it would still get wiped out. Huh, interesting. Let's oh, I'm dumb. If you don't have focus, save. Still gets wiped out. Interesting. Oop. Print. No focus. Print. Focus. So, focus. No focus. Ooh, what? I didn't add a focus node to you. Oh, because I didn't return. Derp, 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 derp. So, focus. No focus. Focus. No focus. So theoretically, if I changed, come back. It must rebuild the entire widget when I resize. Well, I see more colors in the editor. Nicely done. How's it going today, Mr. Ash? I'm pretty sure these colors have been here forever. Pretty sure. Like, since I wrote this one. Okay, so, obviously that didn't change. I'm not worried about resizing killing it. Like, you shouldn't really be resizing the window like that. Normally, like, not in the shouldn't be like, and it's a wrong thing to do sense, but in like the, you probably won't be doing it sense. It's not likely. Oops. And I don't really feel like working on making that a thing for little to no benefit. It loads the current data correctly. You're probably filling in the form as you go. It's been a hectic couple of years. What can I say? Me? Right? You're about the same. About the same, man, I tell you. It has been. Okay, so that, I think, will fix the bugs we found with this particular widget. And actually, I need to go double check my to-do list here to make sure. Let me drag you up. We'll take a look at you real quick here. As we kind of put, like, the last polish on this. We did that. That's done. That we just fixed as part of this. Oh, I guess it wasn't at the top of my list. Okay. Get up there. Flutter is treating me well, I guess. Yes and no. I've spent basically the past 2 days learning better how the form works / is supposed to work. Because their docs really aren't great. But our new friend, Mr. Cresso, however you say his name, said that I should be using the form's internal state. And I didn't even realize it had a real internal state. So I spent some time learning more about that and refactoring this because there was a bug in it anyway. Welcome to the world of HTML. It is not HTML. It is Flutter, and it works differently from what even my very, very minor knowledge of the HTML form world is. So I was resetting the data manually. I made a copy of the object because the idea is you don't want to, like, if I'm in here and I'm oh no, I've broken this. I need to fix that now. Okay. Oh, that's right. We only did it for you. No, I thought we fixed you. Oh, now you're working. Okay. Crisis averted. Anyway. Where was I? I had a bug in here where this wasn't getting set correctly or reset correctly. We have fixed my problems that I've caused myself by having two different possible things that you can apply modifiers to and needing to search different objects that are loaded, right? So we fixed that. We learned a lot more about how forms work under the hood. I refactored it to use more of the form state. I don't think I really gained a whole heck of a lot in doing so, but it was educational. Gained it in the sense of the code, right? But it was educational, so that's cool. Oh yeah, I wanted to make sure that these actually get used more than just to delete. Help text controller before I do anything else here. So yeah, so it's been educational. It's been interesting. These guys I don't think get used anymore. Or at least they shouldn't. Yes, those are gone. Let's see here. So it's a hack on top of HTML to make it un-HTML-like. No, it's a completely different approach, more like Java widgets, but with much less overhead. I think I can see the Java influence. Yeah. It's been interesting. Let's commit that before I get... Remove old text controllers. Aren't used anymore. We let those manage their own text controller because it's not relevant to us. Because we don't pull it out of there anymore. We keep track of different variables. So I feel like they're much of a muchness in the approach, really. But it was educational, so that's good. And my beverage is dead. But how's the book there, Mr. Ash? Any news? Here we go. Okay. Status effects. Unsave changes not appear. Where'd you go? There you are. When adding and removing a modifier. Oop. That's right. It doesn't. Okay, we need to fix that. Let's see. The book is off to publishers. I'm waiting for nibbles. Nice. First 3 chapters are, since pretty much most of them only want the first chapters or 10,000 words, whichever is biggest. Ah, okay. I think that's where you were the last time we talked as well. You were just waiting to see if anybody wanted it, right? So is it like a hurry up and wait? Is there like an estimated time frame? Or is it just whenever they feel like getting back to you? Modifier. Conveniently, this is exactly where we have been. We need to go find you real quick. Nope. Collapsed the wrong thing. Oh my gosh, did it again. Property to modify. Not you. It's the one right below you. Modifier. Your form field on change state did change has value. It's here. App state true. Oops. Okay, and then this one we're just going to set it here as well. because we're very naive about this setting. Like, if you've messed with stuff, we're just gonna set the flag. It's fine. Let's see. Sci-fi novel. Yeah. Apparently they take like 3 weeks to even respond. And then they say if no response in 6 weeks, we pass. Oh. I think I'll also start poking some literary agents this week. That sucks. Yeah, it does. Makes sense, especially nowadays. They probably get a ton of submissions if they take submissions, and most of it probably AI slop. I would not be surprised. Where else am I streaming? On YouTube. So your point anyway, it still sucks. Not in a hurry. I have a day job. Yep. That's good. Reset doesn't. Oh yeah, because why wouldn't it? It does reset the change. Okay, so that bug now also fixed. I guess novels aren't time critical. I mean, kind of. Like, people want to hear back. I suppose it's probably the same story as, like job applications. Like, they have all the power if you want to be published by them. Which actually, like, so you're going to look for literary agents. Is it kind of like being an indie game studio where, like, publishers are going to put their nose in and kind of control what you can and can't do and take a piece of the pie and everything else, to where everybody just says, don't do it? Not for me. I'm not relying on it for income, right? Yeah. High paying, high tech, high hypocrisy job. How are things there, by the way? I haven't heard any scary news articles lately for you. Or seen any, I guess I should say. It's like acting or music agents represent me towards publishers and take a cut. Also, industries where people have a spiteful view of agents. I guess, like, my question is, should you self-publish, or is it worth it? Fix unsaved changes not appearing when modifier is toggled off / on. Let's also double check our other. That one works. Oop, our tick time needs to get fixed. We're just gonna grab you. I bet you duration has the same problem. Yeah. Oh, duration is not resetting. Crap. Okay. Neither is tick time. Alright, I broke that too. The latest we have is don't use spec-based AI coding. That's so 5 minutes ago. Now we use agent superpowers with agent skills, and that makes it produce better quality of crap. Nice. Sounds like a dream, right? Self-publishing remains an option, but I'm hopeful to get a publisher so I can get a high-quality experienced editor to polish this thing. Oh, okay. As much as it can be, and so there's physical copies and push into bookstores. I see. So the editor is kind of like the big thing you really want to get out of it. All right, so duration and tick time. For one, they don't set changes, which they need to. Like so. And for two, they need to... We need to take a look at the... Why these are arrow funks? They shouldn't be. We need to check the... And that checks. Yeah, it's fine. Self-publishing means I have to do marketing campaigns or rely on organic traffic and word of mouth. Right. Publisher means it can get on shelves in bookstores and has a better chance of breaking through. Ah, I see. Publisher looks like a better option since you're not strapped for cash. Yeah. They took a big cut of the revenue, but at this stage I'm more interested in getting it in front of more people rather than pinching the maximum penny from each person. I mean, I don't think you're pinching the max penny from each person if you do it either way, right? It's more, you're not interested in getting every penny for the copy sold right now. You're more interested in growth. You're trading, um, you're basically trading some of the proceeds for the exposure, the marketing. Which makes sense. Okay, it's a good approach if you have more novels in line. Well, Mr. Ash used to hang out here every day that I streamed, writing millions of words per second. I bet you he's got like 6 books in line. Especially because I have like 2 sequels already thunked out. Ideas for a third. Yeah, see? See? If it's even moderately successful, it could spawn a universe, a series, games, movies, television shows. You could be the next George R. R. Martin and just never write again and make everybody angry. All right. Duration now sets that flag effect. Okay, and now it's also resetting. I wonder if it was just a hot reload issue. Oh wait, no, it was this guy. Ba 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 ba. Okay, it's when we have one set that we reset and it doesn't work. So we got to fix that. Uh, and is that true also of modifier? It is. Okay. No thanks, I'd prefer not to write myself into such a corner that I'm unable to finish, right? Alright, so we need to start with modifier. Let's do this. Fix unsaved changes not being triggered on change to modifier duration and tick time. Have an ending for the series and it ends there and it's done. This sells well enough for me to switch careers. I'll start a new series after from a new idea. Gotcha. Seems reasonable to me. Modifier. Modifier. So on reset, modifier value is equal to U. We also need to set we have to set state here. That's why. This one is fine because there's a number picker. We did all this. We just don't didn't set state around them. That's my modifier. That's my duration. This will be the tick time. So you... Oh, wait. No, we called set state at the end of you. Let's do that instead. Oh. Oh. That's not right either. That's not going to be all of it, because when it's already nulled, we don't have those field that form, so reset won't be triggered. Yeah, crap. All right, yeah. Let's see here. Asimov started by writing short stories for newspapers. Now we have whole robots and Foundation storylines, right? Also, having the long-term ending allows me to drop hints and clues in the first book. True. It makes it look like I had a plan. TM all along, which is a good look for the more sophisticated reader, right? Not qualified or educated enough to write real hard sci-fi. I mean, you could be, but it's leaning that direction heavily, and I put a lot of effort into consistency. Yup. So publishing would be kind of a milestone. It would be. Would be indeed. Okay, so this I think is still broken if we do this, because yeah. So we still need you here. Or yeah. Here's my refresh. Current state reset. So I would have to lift. I'd have to lift the field up around here, I think. And then my... Oh, but then... That's a problem. Let's see. Hope you managed to put something out. Yep. Thanks. We'll see how it goes. Good luck, folks. Had to pass out now. The time difference is just outside of my biorhythm. Yeah. No worries. Thanks for chatting the stream. Thanks for hanging out. It's good to see you again. As always. I'm about to end anyway, I think. But yeah, have a great night and a great week. Okay, so either I'll do this off stream or I'll do it on Friday, depending. Because we'll have to figure out how we want to do this. And actually, let's actually back this out just so there's not a change in flight. That can stay. This. Okay, so to do, if we know this, there is no form field to reset. How fix? That's a tricky one. But yeah, I'm going to go have some lunch because I'm getting hungry. So thank you to everybody who came to hang out today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It was good to meet those of you who are new viewers. If you like this kind of nonsense, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So come on back on Friday at 10 a.m. Central Time, wherever that is in your neck of the woods. And I should be here fixing the consequences of my own actions. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend.